What's wrong with that?
To pick up someone with no screws?
Girl, you done picked up plenty on with no screws.
Oh no, I have never picked up anyone with no screws.
Robert, I mean Rod.
No, I'm not going back into my history. I'm saying back of an expiration.
Oh, so what that mean? Don't pick up nothing else?
No, sister, you're finding a lot of things, and these things are things that are designed to give you comfort, like sitting, laying down, and then they're together, but then no screws, and then they cause damage, and they cause you to break out. I mean, there must be a meaning behind the cabinets. What you saying? Are
Well,
you doing are you doing things to cut costs? Are you because in cutting costs sometimes we can um, injure ourselves in cutting costs. It's either probably best to save up for brand new. You're a new creature.
well, you forgot. I used to do this for a living. So if somebody
Well,
put out something that's of value and ain't nothing wrong with it, then I'll bring it home, clean it up, and put it in my house.
that's good. That's good because sometimes things of value are set out and abandoned. And I
Yeah,
have
they don't be doing that in your neighborhood.
not that I see. They don't put stuff out here.
Oh, they do everywhere. I seen a whole mattress set out the other day, and I said, "Oh, that look good. I should get that." And then I said, "No, I don't want nobody else's bed." And so I said, "I already got one. I don't need another." So I didn't get it. But yeah, they put stuff out all the time. They had all the pieces to it. It's black. I didn't want a black bed, but I got it, and I put my mattresses on it, and it looked okay.
Well, good. As long as you happy, I just sometimes my mind go overboard when I'm listening to people talk. But that's good.
Oh, my nose running.
Because that says that you have capabilities to fix people up. That might be what he put out.
Well, I've seen somebody the other day. I was getting taking somebody somewhere, and I seen somebody the other day. They had them put a whole bedroom set out, and it was the people at there. They had them back their truck up, and they fast as somebody had put it out. They was putting the whole thing in there. See, you gotta understand. Sometimes people get put out of their place to stay, or sometimes people move in a hurry, and they don't have time. Or sometimes, like, just see how Lana moved back with you. Ain't nothing wrong with her furniture. And let's just say she said, I ain't taking none of that. And she just said, just put it out. I'm going to get all new stuff. Tax is going to come by in January. So when I move in January, I'm just going to get all new stuff. I don't want it. It's a headache, and I ain't going to pay no storage. So she just put it out by the dumpster in her neighborhood. But ain't nothing wrong with it. So somebody pull up and they just get it, and you supposed to take it home, clean it up, and move on. And move on. But yeah, I did. I brought it in here. I went to the store just now to get the screws. The man matched the screws up for it. And so I said,
That's good.
yeah, so I said I'm gonna come home and put the see which screw go with it, and then call it a day. I miss Ketchup doing this with me because I would already have it put together, but I thought it was a good project to do on my own. So I went and was a big girl and went to the store to get the screws. And then I just got back home, so I'm going to see if they fit. If they do, then I'm going to have my bed put together.
Yes, you will.
Yep, and I found the ones that fit. And so I'm going to put my bed together and then call it a day. God know I ain't did nothing wrong. Now, when I went to the store tonight, to Goodwill, to see if they had some pillows for my sofa, I went in there. I had just got out of praise and worship. You see how, huh? Yes, you did. Okay, I ain't gonna say nothing.
No, you was just saying you have something didn't, nobody said you could end your room. But that was just a clause to connect the rest of the story. And so he said, so I went in to get my screws. I ain't left alone. But I had just got out of praise and worship. And I was like,
What? Whatever.
what?
What?
I thought she was getting ready to say, okay, and I'm going to put my, now here comes the second hour of prayer.
Okay, bye. Just bye.
Just fine. That's a good thing, Jess. But it's no such thing as a just fine.
Now here she come. Then just say it. I thought I was gonna get ready to get free. And then you hang up and then you say bye. And then she say, well, you can't say just bye. Bye. Okay. What do you want me to say? Let's just get off the phone.
We'll say so long.
No, that's boring.
Okay, until next time.
No, that's not right either.
To be continued.
Just say, I love you, Chris. I hope you have a good night. I'm proud of you for trying to fix your bed.
Okay, now that you said it, so be it.
Whatever, girl. You are so annoying.
No, I'm not, honey. What is the opposite of annoying?
I don't know. Fun.
See, if you know what annoying is, then what is the opposite of annoying?
Charming.
But you would call it an antonym or a
Synonym. Synonym means the same, so that would be, yeah, it would not be the same thing.
Annoy everyone, And everything somebody say about me, I could turn it around. Antonym. It's
I've got a story to tell.
it means feelings of pleasure, happiness, contentment, and satisfaction. You are very pleasurable. You are very
I said
happy.
charming.
Happiness.
Yeah, I said charming.
And now I know what the opposite is. Okay. Until we meet again, you have a wonderful night tonight.
All right, go ahead and order your drinks.
I might just go down the street and get it.
All right. Well, whatever you
All
do,
right.
whatever you do, y'all have a good night.
Maybe baby too.
All right, bye bye.
Bye.
Was that the baby? I know that. I know that wasn't you.
Yes, it was. I was going to say bye bye.
And then you just screamed out like that? Okay, go ahead and take her in, Lana. Go. Take her in and have her checked out. Out them little fits coming out.
All right. We will talk to you later.
All right, bye bye.
Bye bye.
All the way in. be this loud. It is because the rails. turn on my phone. Let me turn on my recorder. Oh, I've got a story to tell. All right, hello. Tonight is Sunday, and it is November the 9th, 2025. And I am in my bathroom about to take a bath. And I am just going to do a live recap of my day, which, by the way, I had an awesome day because I did not work that long at all, and I made like $100, and I literally only worked like 3 hours. And I went to work super late because I didn't want to go to work at all, but I can't do that. I have to work, you know what I'm saying, so I could get my bills paid. So I made myself get up and go. I totally went to work in my pajama pants and like a long sleeve top, and that was it. And I just, I'm sitting in the car all day, so nobody see my pants. I mean, you probably can see them and see you might think they're a pajama print, but I had my hair in a ponytail, and I just, left. I gargled with mouthwash. I don't even think, I didn't brush my teeth. I just gargled with mouthwash and ran out the door. And I was literally gone I got back here, almost, right at 6 o'clock. I left at 5. No, I dropped the girl off at 4:50. So I got back here 5:50 something, right at 6 o'clock. And so I went to Goodwill, and I found a jacket in there on my way out. I didn't go in there to get a jacket, but I went in there and got me a jacket and came right out. And so from there, I went to I came home, used the bathroom, and was deciding on if I was going to try to do Lyft or not. But Lyft be acting straight retarded. But it's not Lyft, it's the law. Because my location be changed, so I can't just ride and pick up people. If people really need to get rides, because it might mess up something. But I came home and I used the bathroom. I went back out to Lowe's to get some screws for the bed that I found on the side of the road. And then I came back home. I went to Dollar Tree. And then I came back home. I made $100 today, which was awesome sauce. And of that $100, I got an amazing tip. So where do I want to start? Nowhere. I think I want to prayed, and I was just really excited about my life when I was coming back from Nashville tonight. Um, and I didn't really, try to put a lot of stuff together. I just looked at it and just told the Lord about it. I know the lady had a Texas tag. I know that means drugs. And I know that going there to Mexicans, I already know what that means. So it's like, I mean, what you gonna do if you ain't really doing nothing wrong? You just have to let God handle it. But I know that the lady went to Subaru, and I was trying to figure out what Subaru got to do with anything. But in 2020, um, 2022, wait, let me see. Let me do Christmases, and then I'll know. Christmas in 2020, I was, um, I went to Easter House in Augusta, 2020. Nico wanted me to go over there for Christmas Day. So I think Christmas Day 2020, I think I was in Augusta, I think. Let me see, yeah, because Nico wanted me to go over there and I didn't, so I drove over there. That was 2020. 2021, I was in California. 2021. So, 2021, California, whose house was I at for Christmas in 2021? Nobody. I was in the truck. So, that's 2021. 2022, Christmas, yeah, it had to be, that's the Christmas, it was at Stephanie's house. So, 2022, that's when the church, so in 2022, that Subaru, I don't know why that is a part of this, but that I know that vehicle was similar to the one that Raymond had, and it was very similar to the Pilot that was at 2370 Cave Mill Station Boulevard, in Bowling Green in 2018. But the Subaru pack came as a gift during Christmas time at Stephanie's house in California, in Upton, California. So that's like straight up the street, Foothill, almost to Montclair. So I don't know what Subaru got to do with this, but that's when I seen Subaru. That's the first time. I immediately went to California, and the church gave me the hygiene pack, and it was matter of fact, I took a picture of it. It was a hygiene pack with lotion, and it was samples, and then it said Subaru likes to take care of the homeless. It's like Subaru gives back to the homeless or something like that. It was some kind of message in there from Subaru, and then I got from the church, and some socks and 2 Walmart gift cards and some money,
And then that's when I met we went, they invited me to dinner. And so they had told me to wish for what I wanted for Christmas. And I said, I told the Lord that day, I had been real quiet. So I had told the Lord that day, I said, I really want to go. I really want to have somewhere to be for Christmas. I really don't want to be homeless on Christmas Day, Lord. I want to have somewhere to go, and I want to have food to eat, and I don't want to be outside. So the church had invited me, Calvary or Transformation Chapel or whatever, however you call it. They had invited me to dinner, at Christmas dinner at their church. And it was a lot of different people cooking a bunch of different dishes, and you just bring them and put them out. And so they invited me, and I went, and them white people had some good food there. I'm telling you. I don't know what that was. Somebody had cooked. I still remember it. It was some kind of macaroni pie. I don't know what that junk was, but that junk was off the chain. So I was very excited that night. So I sat down at the table. I was eating. So I had sat next to this man, and then it was this white lady there, and she had gave me her phone number, and she was talking, and she gave me, I think, $15, and then she was like, call me, and then she went into the Lincoln, and I ain't want to talk no more, because she was like, call me, I do antiques, bye. So, that was that. So Stephanie came over there, and she was sitting down, and I like Stephanie, but I liked Stephanie because I liked her personality, but I didn't like the setup. But I liked Stephanie. Outside of the setup, me and Stephanie could have been, I think, great friends outside of this operation, because I really liked her. We clicked really good. So, and I loved her house. And I was like, oh, thank God they know my style, yes. But Ketchup messed it up. But I'm going to tell you how he messed it up. But so I went and stayed at Stephanie's house. And so Stephanie was at church that night. So when it was time to get up and go, she was like, all right. She was like, where are you going? And she was like, what is that, a book bag? And I was like, no, that's mine. And then she was like, okay, where are you going? She already knew, because that was like, they had not sent her to pick me up. So I was like so happy. Once I knew that she was like, where you going? I was like, oh good, I already know I got somewhere to go, great. Because I already know how they pick you up. So I was like, all right. So she was like, where you want to go? And I was like, just, on Foothill. She was like, okay, I'll give you a ride. So I got in the car, and she was like, okay, Crystal, so we're on the hill. So when walking to the car, I had told her I ain't had nowhere to go. So when we got in the car, she acted like she was telling her family for the first time. They already knew. So she was like, all right, family. So I hate to put you guys on the spot, but Crystal here doesn't have anywhere to go, and I have invited her to spend the weekend with us. No, she said I've invited her to spend Christmas with us the next couple of days. Is that okay with you guys? So they was like, yeah. So we went back, and I think the way she did it was, she said we was going to do a couple of days. Like, I think she said, like, a couple of days, like 3 days. And then it went to, like, you can actually stay for Christmas. And so then it was supposed to be, we're going to see if we can let you just stay with us. So she picked me up. She said you could stay for a couple of days. I was so happy. and she took me to her house. It was she's real clean, so it was real clean. She had them pretty hardwood floors, and she had like gave me the little downstairs area. I loved it. Had my own room, my own bathroom, and it was super clean. She ain't had no tub, but she had a shower, which I didn't care nothing about. And I was just so happy to have somewhere to take baths. And so, um, she let me stay. So then she said you could stay through Christmas. Then she went and she was like super high energy. So she was like, where do you want to go today? You know, like she was real nice. I mainly used the time to catch a lot up on my sleep. I was on live a lot, and that was pretty much it. So I had reservations because she was going to go out of town with her family, but like after Christmas or the day before, like somewhere in there. And so I had made arrangements to go to the hotel to use my points because I had finally got a debit card. I think, yeah. Had I got the debit card then? Yeah, I did. So I had finally made arrangements and I had a few more points to use. So I was going to stay the nights that she was going to be gone for New Year's. I was going to stay the night at the hotel, and then she had said she was going to see if they could, get me back. So, because that would have been, she gave me 2 weeks after the couple of days. So she gave me 2 more weeks after Christmas. So I ended up leaving her house around the 5th, somewhere in there. So, of 2023. So, and I probably wouldn't have had to leave if I hadn't been talking to Catch Up on the phone and been talking about sex and stuff and sending him nudie pictures and all that. Probably wouldn't have, because she had a device. So everything that I was doing, she could see. And so I didn't realize that. I mean, I knew that, but I didn't really realize that until I seen the change in her attitude. And I was like, oh Lord, she done seen that. So, and the police really don't be wanting me to talk to Catch Up, because they say that Catch Up is really all of this, that, and the other. But, and I know that Catch Up is done wrong, but I know that nobody black is running this. So they can't tell me, oh, it was Catch Up. No, this is white people. Black people are not allowed to order bank cards with numbers. Those are all white people. So, no, Catch Up did not do that. He knew what was going on. Did he know the white man that was doing it? Yes. But is Catch Up the culprit? No. Is his brother the culprit? No. It's somebody white. They run it. They be in the forefront because they know what's going on. But no, that is somebody white. Catch Up don't get intimidated easy. And in June of 2020, Catch Up was crying. So whatever that man had told him on the phone at Walmart and McDonald's, Catch Up was not happy about it. And I had asked him in the car, because I knew what was going on. I knew that he was having to work with them to set me up. And so I had said, you don't want to do it, do you? And he said, no. And they called. They called. And I don't know what they told him on the phone, but he had you better get it together. And so that was the end of it, because he had let it slip. And I had asked him when I knew he wasn't thinking about, like, you ain't supposed to talk or this and the other. And so I just asked him, I said, you don't want to do it, do you? And he said, no. And I was like, that's all I needed to hear. So he ain't have to tell me but one time. So that's why I'm not, like, mad at him. He ain't really had no choice. You either do it or you go to jail with us. So he ain't have no choice. So none of them do. So I didn't really get mad at him about it. You know what I'm saying? You either do it or you go to right to long jail with her. It's not a choice in the matter. We're not asking you, do you want to do this? We're straight telling you what you're gonna do, or you could be in the exact same boat with her. Probably worse, because you talking to them in their face. I ain't talk to nobody in their face. They just send me messages so they can say in court, we don't know what she talking about. So I ain't talk to nobody in their face, but they done talk to people. They got names and cars and phones and all. They know. So they in a worse situation than me. I'm not. I'm in a bad situation when it come down to I get threatened all the time, but they would not be getting threatened because you done talk to people. You know what they look like. You done had conversations and done had them in your house and all of that. So I'm not on that level. So when I just know what God done told me. So anyway, I she said she had a phone, and that's where that Subaru pack came from. So when I seen Subaru today, I said, "Oh, that's California, 2022, Christmas time." Now, at the same time, what happened was she said, "Do you have a rental?" So that's what Stephanie said. She said, "You got a rental?" I said, "No." So she said, I don't know. I got an email about a rental. I said, "No." So when I went back and looked, now I go back and look at it. When I look today, my screencast, my phone was California songs from 2022. I was looking at the playlist. So, but from there, I was thinking they had the girl to get in the car last night and say she was in an accident. Then they actually put the deer in the road. Then they actually put out all the cut up meat on the other road. Then it was going down the dark road last night that made the man cancel. Then yesterday they had the boy to get in the car from the hotel and leave the door open. So she gonna have to pull over to the side. The 3 people that went to the hospital, that went to the library. So they had him get in the car and don't close the door. So she gonna have to pull over to the side. So pulling over to the side, then it'll look like what the girl said was true. But you gotta link that to California. The girl said in the car last night that she had done been into something or whatever. So they put all of that scenery on the side of the road last night. So, today. So, and took pictures of that, and they just gonna make it look dark. So, the Subaru lady must gonna be linking the rental car, because they already had the rentals already that you did the rides yesterday. So, which is why they really wanted me to go get a rental car. But that go to California. Because in California, Stephanie said, "Did you rent a car?" No, good and well I ain't rent no car because you picked me up. Stop asking dumb questions. But she was working, so I didn't care because her name is Elaine. So her husband had a brand new white Malibu outside, paper tag on the back. So I was already linking when I seen that. So that white Malibu was in a wreck and it came from Carvana. No, it came from CarSmart in Atlanta. So they parked it at Joe's house and then let me stay there. And then sold all the parts and got paid on Cash App. So when I seen that, they parked it right in front of the door. So every day I look out, I could see it. And the tag was CPF or CFP 3916, which is 1, because it's 39 is 12, 13 is 19, that's 1. So that meant that we all in unity on this plot, all 5, because I call them Law 5. So they said we won, meaning we all agree on what we setting you up on. So the white car from Joe's house is the white Malibu from Stephanie's house, and it's a rental. So it looked like you took the rental and you wrecked it for insurance money. That's what they doing. That's what they doing. And so when you go back and look at the Hyundai Elantra, then you can tell what they're doing. Because the Hyundai Elantra is Ketchup's car. And then, but they rolled it. They rolled it. Because Ketchup they're not going to trap him because he's theirs. So they rolled it into a new Hyundai Elantra. And then had the girl to drive me on November 23rd, 2023 to Easter's house. I had already told them I'm not going anywhere near Augusta. They really, 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 really wanted me in Augusta in January. And that's because so I could swap with Sharon. And so I had already said I don't need to go down there. I didn't need to go down there. They wanted me to go down there because they wanted me to swap with Sharon. So when they came up with the plot that they came up with, that's why Easter put me out at night. And so that's why I wanted to keep referencing. If I go back, which I'm going to go back and see if they not erase that video. I'm going to go back into that and see, because I wrote it in my notebook. Gwanda said that they reported Sharon today, but ain't nobody else said nothing about it. Why? Because ain't nobody else got no more script for it. They were just supposed to lay that and cut. That's it. So then that's why when I text her and said, well, why you call the police and they ain't said nothing else? Because ain't no other part of the script been wrote yet. So they wanted me to go down to Augusta and swap with Sharon. So when I go down there to swap with Sharon, that's why Easter had Sharon come over that night and then leave her coat there. And they put that same coat done been in Goodwill more than one time. Like they say, bitch, you gonna buy this coat. I'm not gonna buy the pink Downs coat. Sharon had a Michael Kors thick coat. It's the same coat that Anna Mae had. It's just pink. And she left it there. And Easter said, come get your coat. Knowing good well that coat wasn't mine. So I didn't take the coat because Sharon purposely left the coat. And you know she did, because in November of 2023, you know it was cold. So why you left the coat? You left the coat so I could swap. You already knew what the plot was. So she left the coat so that the law could stage it as mine. That's why every time Sharon emailed me, email threads, it come up as mine. I could just type right over them because you in the device. So the white card that was at Stephanie's house was the same white card that was at Joe's house to link a wreck in insurance. But then you take that same situation and go over to Ketchup. Ketchup is the one that had the wreck. But Ketchup is me in the script. All these are riddles. They like to play riddles with black people's lives. And like that, like this is just a game. And be sitting up there telling all them lies and crossing them up. These people need Jesus. Golly. They act like, if that don't tell you that black people are straight monkeys, I don't know what else to tell you. It ain't got nothing to do with somebody just mad and they ordering you dead. That ain't got nothing to do with it. That is a just straight up, we don't give a damn about no black people. That you just sit there and just make up lies about people's life like that. And Ketchup had the wreck, and they staged the wreck in September of 2023 after I came back from Walmart and Reggie had sold me that computer that came from Amazon. So Andre, FE Coach at Walmart said, this ain't our computer. So I asked him about my name on my receipt that I had cashed the check from Walmart. I had cashed the money order check. See, they gave me, I bought a money order, and Miss Booker at the post office said, she came and told me verbatim, no exaggeration. She said, he said he took the money order. I said, who is he? She said, you know who he is. So the law took the money order that I was supposed to pay my bankruptcy with. She said they took it. So when I got to California, they moved that link to California by making me report the money order and get a check sent. So that's how that crime rolled from a money order to a check. I cashed the check, used my ID. My ID didn't come up Crystal Ketchup. It came up Crystal Jackson. That was the first time I ever seen that. Because I don't cash checks. I don't have nothing to do with no checks. I can't stand them. So I was like, where did this come from? And he said, that gotta be the name. Because I'm thinking, what have y'all done in this computer at this register? They said, we ain't do nothing. Your ID number at the bottom. I said, that's not possible. I got my ID from the Driver's License Bureau. And I got my Social Security number changed at Social Security Administration. Then people said, ma'am, that name is, when we put that number in our computer, that's what came up. I raced back to that hotel to call Ketchup. And that's when Easter told me, it's been an emergency. And how would you know? How would you know that Ketchup had been in a wreck? Easter was the one that called, because they used it to be when she get mad, bad things happen. So she's mad with Ketchup. I'm going straight to him and Pastor Turner. What kind of foolishness is they talking about? Because you married us, and you finna tell the FBI that you did. That's why Pastor Turner will never answer this phone to this day. He won't answer that phone at all. Why you won't tell these people that you married us? And stop trying to knowing that them people trying to make it look like I changed my name and I'm just out here making up names, committing crimes. So anyway, in September of 2021, yep, me and Ketchup was talking every now and again, not every day. He would go days. He would only talk to me at the hotel when they wanted me to take off all my clothes. That was it. Masturbate for him, so they could put it on the phone with Curtis. Curtis, When I seen that in the upper right hand corner, that time, they erased that picture too. I took a screenshot and said, "Why does it say Curtis' name at the top?" And he said, "Oh, that was because I had just talked to him." No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. He was on that phone and he was recording it. That's why the Curtis name followed me everywhere. So it'll look like you the one went with Curtis when that's Ketchup's brother. So, but the man said in August of 2020, he said that ain't my brother, and I said I know it ain't. I know it ain't. I know it ain't. I know it ain't. And so, Ketchup had the wreck in the Elantra. That's why they want me to drive the Elantra. So it looked like something happened to you and you forgot everything that we doing. And I take authority over it in the mighty name of Jesus. Matter of fact, I'm going on a fast tomorrow. And I'm going to tell the FBI. I got to tell the FBI that. Have to tell them. Got to tell them. Because Ketchup was the one that had the wreck. And Ketchup now don't have a car no more. But the blue, I don't see how they even can possibly think that's going to work. When a federal agent drove that car, have they forgot? Like, have they forgot that a police, like, what are they going to do? Tell the police to forget it? A police seen that. Because Ketchup's brother called the police in June of 2020 when Ketchup came back home in Fayetteville at the Walmart. So he was totally there in the car. So how are they going to totally erase that? I mean, I've seen worse, but like he drove the car and then gave it to Ketchup. And then they want me to now have the Elantra. And that's why they picked me up in it in a late model. See, they just changed the version in November of 2023. And that's why they was like, oh yeah, come on. And then they had the pastor at the fake church next to the Fish Hotel and said, the man got up there and said, everybody, God wants us to spend time with our families today. No, God don't want us to spend time with that. Stop putting God in that and trying to use God to manipulate my direction and my steps. My spirit does not bear witness to that. The Holy Spirit said that is a lie. They wanted me to go to Augusta because they needed me to swap. I seen how bad they kept saying it. I said, oh, they really want me to go to Augusta bad. They wanted me to go to Augusta so bad. Easter paid for Uber. They paid Easter to pay for a Uber. An Uber to Augusta. That's why they want me to Uber to Hertz and pick up the rental car. So that same distance goes to Augusta from Monroe in Atlanta. It's about 70 some miles. So that's the same distance so they can easily swap them two transactions out. And it's November. So that's why they were like, go ahead and rent a car. No, because I'm not wrecking. In the name of Jesus, the answer is no. Ain't nobody wrecking for the whole holiday. Ain't nobody wrecking the whole holiday. That girl gonna say, them personal injury attorneys gonna say, now we need to cut this out. We have to make money. Ain't nobody wrecking. How about that? Ain't nobody wrecking. Nobody. On the whole highway. We're gonna have the safest holiday season you ever had in history. Ain't nobody wrecking in the name of Jesus. Nobody. Not one person. The deers ain't coming out, go to sleep. Ain't nobody wrecking. I said, ain't no way. They set up that and say, and had that girl, that man in the church say, the Lord want everybody to be with their family. The Lord don't want that. The law want that. Stop lying on the Lord. And then had me And Easter, Chris, well, I don't want you up there by yourself. No, you wanted me to come down there and swap. That coat that Sharon had on was at Walmart in in uh Gallatin Pike last night, and it was in Goodwill last year, and I bought the black one, but it was in there before then, and I bought the black one, and I said I gonna change the color to pink. I really don't like wearing this coat, and I really didn't wear it. I like the jacket, but I didn't want to wear it because I said they done swapped it. So they really wanted me to come to Augusta in November of 2023 to swap with Sharon. That's why that's such a narrative. That's why Gwanda got that painted on her head. The police said he ain't seen her since this date. Why do the police have that on his mind as the last date that he seen Sharon? Gwanda, get off this phone line to me, and I'm the Holy Spirit in me, and I'm an FBI agent on the low. Get off the phone line to me, because you're going to get yourself and the police in a lot of trouble. Because you stood up here telling me that a police told you verbatim. Why is that on his mind? Did you ask him that? Why, sir? That's just weird. How many people do you see on average a day? You see hundreds of people in a day. How many reports do you take in a week? And you just remember that on this day you seen Sharon. What you saying her for? Let's probe into the investigation. What you seen her for? Was she in a car? No. Did you run her ID? No. Then what you seen her for? You ain't see her. They took that argument that me and East had, and that wasn't even on Thanksgiving. That was on the few days after. They told Easter to leave me exactly on the day that we got into it in 2020. They redid 2023 with 2020. Me and Easter got into it on November the 28th, 2020. That was right after I came from AIQ's house. And I told him, and he told me, you got us real good, but we gonna turn it. I went and told Easter. Easter said, you could stay here. Same thing she always did. And then flipped. And because all they needed for the law to do is say it. Once they say it, they're going to say, get out. Every last one of they scouts, I'll tell you exactly by the book how it's going to go. They're going to be nice the first day. The second day, they're going to be starting to turn. Day 3, Lucifer. And they're going to say, the third day, they're going to be real quiet because they waiting to see what they're going to argue about. And then she's going to come out and say, I just seen that you haven't even offered me anything to stay here. I mean, you said when you came here, no, I'm tired of your manipulation. They're going to tie it in with and try to make it look like you're a con artist. Get out of my house. You're just a manipulator. You are a con artist. And then, because the law needs all of that in they thing to prove that you're just a piece of trash. So, from there, that's what she started with. And she said, I said, you told me you was going to tell me how much you wanted, and you never did. Child, please, that girl flipped and said, get out. I said, I ain't going nowhere because you said I could stay here. So the police ended up coming, and that was in 2020. That's when we got into the fight in the car, and I pulled her wig off because we was in the store. I think I had bought it or she bought it. But either way, I pulled her wig off. So when the police came, they, of course, said I had to go. They made her give me my clothes out the house and all of that stuff. And so from there, they redid that the exact same period, come back down here, the exact same time, and we gonna redo that again from 2020 all the way to 2023. So they waited on the exact day that we fought in 2020, and they had Easter to swap. Instead of her pull your wig off, they turned it. Easter, you go pull her wig off because you're her. So they had Easter hit me in the back with her fist and snatch her wig off. And they had Bertrand on the phone because his phone was swapped. They had the police come. That was probably from 2020. No, it was a lady out there then, I thought. A lady and a man. And then, long story short, they told me I had to go again, so I left walking. And so that is the reason that they did the November thing. And then swapped it out with Sharon. So they got Sharon's coat and all of that. That's from November of 2023. So, which is a swap added on to November of 2020. They added on and redid those events and then just changed it. But I didn't want to go down there in November of 2023 because I knew I felt evil. I didn't want to go. And then when I got down there, I was mad at myself because I knew I wasn't supposed to go. I don't care what no pastor get up here and tell you. You know what the Lord done told you. The Lord told you don't go down there. And I went. And I hate it. So, so the girl that drove the Elantra, that's what's going on. And Ketchup wrecked the Elantra. And they want to give the Elantra to me. No, I don't want it. 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 Because they had Ketchup to wreck and say he hit his head. So then they say you wrecked and hit your head. Then you don't remember none of the stuff that we did. That's why they still going on with it. We want it to look like you hurt your head or you got sarcoidosis of the brain. I don't have neither one. And I ain't got breast cancer. And I ain't had no child that died of cancer either. And I ain't got no little girl. And I ain't got no extra term. And Corey is my son. Don't nobody want to talk about Corey. Ain't nobody paid attention yet that I done been up here for almost 3 months and ain't nobody heard from that boy. And I done wrote him 3 letters in prison and ain't nobody got heard nothing back from him. And ain't nobody saying nothing about that yet. We just going on with life. And then they done had Gwanda to block me. So whatever I was, like, I just can't stand that. Like, she runs everything. If you don't talk to me, you can't talk to your son. Because he the only one calling me. Why he calling her? Because she pretending to be me. Anybody ask that question? Why are you calling your auntie and not calling your mama? And the phone is set up that you could call anybody. Because it is a conspiracy. And he only called me on the phone that the girl boyfriend was calling from the other jail that was beating her on 1517 Bethesda Road. That's why the phone don't come from a jail phone. It come from that 1644 because number 1 is the bank. And number 2, when you send money in that. And number 3, it go to that salamander girl. Because her boyfriend went to jail. And in California, the girl Sarah said she was talking to her boyfriend in jail. And she said, you want to talk to him on the phone? No, I do not. I'm not swapping with you. All these boyfriends went to jail for domestic violence. And then Corey calling you on the phone that these boys gonna talk now. That's gonna be a negative. So, they want me to drive a Hyundai Elantra. The answer is no. Ketchup drove that car. And I already wrecked it. And totaled it out. And that's what the man said the other day. I'm going up here to get a car. Me and my wife gonna go. That's not me. He wrecked that car as soon as I left Walmart. And it was no reason for Easter to know that if the law did not tell her. Because it ain't no way she could think of a reason fast enough to say, how did you know what happened to Ketchup? And why did you have the pictures? She had the pictures in that LG Stylo 6. She had the pictures. Where you get them from? And she said, Chris, I'm not going to go through all of this with you. Someone told me it was on Facebook. That was not on Facebook. The law gave you those pictures. And they told her to send them to me. And to make it look like, but I really think it was bigger than that. Because they did that and then said, get out of the hotel. Henry else said, go to Augusta. And I said, no. He said, go down there and see your family. And I said, no. So, listen, that's the hotel. Let my rent get backed up for 4 days. And then said, your reservation is over on November the 6th. We don't have no more rooms. You gotta go. Or pay the whole balance. But you gotta go because your reservation is over. Because they wanted it to look like you traveled for 4 days. And when Henry else came in that hotel room with that cart and all that treat, the tire bark was on there. Take that out of here, sir, and stop playing with me. It was all that tire crumbs that be in the road after somebody done wrecked. It was all of that. He put it all over the thing. I said, sir, take that out of here and stop playing with me. So, it's just a good time to just pray. I'm about to come against all this evil foolishness, and that's what I'm going to go do. I'm going to pray in tongues and cast out all these evil spirits in the name of Jesus. Yes, I am. I'm going to turn this house into a prayer house. I'm telling you, where is my other sock right here? I don't know where that come from, but the devil is a liar in the name of Jesus, and I come against every spirit that exalts itself over the word of God in the name of Jesus. I'm finna go pray. And I'm gonna go tell the FBI, because Ketchup is the one that had that wreck in that car. And they never put a tag on it. That's how I know. That's how I knew it was the law's car, because his brother drove it, and they ain't never put no tag on it. They never put. They had one on there, and took it off and put a paper tag on it. Them same paper tags that they be riding with the P in the front, with whatever and all them numbers. Where you get that from? You couldn't have got that from nowhere but the law. Where you get it from? They took his tag was CK Crystal Ketchup 12134. That was his tag. His name was CK 12134 or CK 1234. Where you get a tag from? The law gave it to you. Where you get the tag from, sir?
CK1234. And if that ain't all kind of threats and everything else, you can turn it around to kill Crystal. You can make it see kidnapping. You can make it my name. You can make it all kind of stuff. But I know it's evil. And I told the FBI about that a long time ago. That matter of fact, when I told that man, that first investigator that I reported it to, that's when he wrote me back and said, I don't have no authority to do um, federal tags. So that's all I needed to know. That's all I needed to know. Well, that was it. I was mad. And the Lord said, don't be mad at that. He just gave you some valuable information. He just told you who doing it. That's all you needed to know. They wasn't gonna come out and tell you, so he told you. He said, I ain't got no authority. Can't do nothing in federal matters. Oh, I was mad. I was real mad. And the Lord said, no, no. He said, don't be mad. He just gave you some information that you needed to know. I said, what information, God? He said, the man just told you who's doing this to you. Where? In the message. I ain't got no authority. He ain't had no authority over federal matters. That meant those are federal tags that you got. Let me get my plug. I got a story to tell. So that's what happened with that. Ketchup had that red, and they made it look like a head injury. Every last one of them cars that they saying is mine, I've been in wrecks. So that means that they stayed in insurance fraud. And they say I got a dump truck, and they got a Versa. And who got in a wreck with the dump truck? Nico did. Good night. And that's why he came over there. Them people is crooked as I couldn't tell. Who got who got who got a dump truck? Then tell the FBI who got it. I already know. And who got in a wreck with it? Nico and that girl. And what happened? Oh, right over there at Cave Mill Station Boulevard. And they sent Nico over there to ask me to my what to do. So it looked like you advising him. And talking about, can I use your phone? No. And will you call? No. I told him go get an attorney. I did tell him to do that, and I probably told him some other advice because he wasn't gonna call. He was acting like he wasn't because they wanted it to act like he came over there to get advice from your criminal mama. Go over there and tell her, no, I'm not advising him and none of that. They staged that wreck, and Nico got paid for it. And they turned around and said, you own the dump truck. I don't own nothing. I'm gonna tell the FBI that too. I don't own no dump trucks, no 18 wheelers. And then that gave me a friend named Derek, but the dude Derek is from 2021, no, 2020 in the in Roswell, Georgia, at 7885 Roswell Road. Derek Quavis Jones with them fake addresses in Jackson, Georgia. Good night. So he's staying. So what happened? He called. They were making wrecks, and then putting them cars around me. I don't want to get no wreck. I ain't getting no wine. Nobody else is either. It's gonna be the safe road. Them personal injury attorneys gonna get mad. I'm telling you. Safe. Praying for peace and safety of everybody, of all mankind. I sound like a robot. So yeah, they be wrecking them cars and then parking them around me. And you look out there and where that car come from? Don't worry about it. I'm telling the FBI. Joe had one. There's one out there. Everywhere you go, they be putting them wrecked up cars out there, frowned all up and bent up. I ain't got nothing to do with that. And my mind is sharp and strong. Matter of fact, I'm gonna keep telling on what I did in 2004, so they'll know my mind sharp and strong. What's the first crime you did in 2004? Well, I rented the TVs to sell to the club. And then I had the man at Coca-Cola. That's why they staged me to be working there. I'm telling them agents ain't got no business having sex with you. And then be the man when they're coming back to prosecute. Where them prosecute papers going? I ain't forgot. You're not supposed to be having sex with targets and then somebody, you are under arrest. You are too. That ain't that. I ain't gonna remember. I remember everybody that done had these crimes, especially if they were good. And me and him was definitely having sex. And they be sitting up there acting like they ain't did nothing wrong. FBI gonna stop y'all with that foolishness. He gonna get mad. And she telling the truth. They know, tell lies. You're not supposed to be having sex with targets. You're not supposed to be having sex with anybody that got anything to do with this. Or anything that you're investigating. You're not supposed to keep your balls to yourself. That be straight going out here doing the most. Woo! Those were the days. So, I'm telling you, that man is gonna be super pissed with them. What is she talking about? Them digging. Them digging. Having sex when they not supposed to be having sex and then acting like I don't forgot. I haven't forgot. If the FBI ever come talk to me You know how they be getting them people in the chair for 48 hours. I'm telling them, honey, we gonna do 72. Bring some food and some dappers, and I ain't gonna leave this room and sit here and pee. During the day, we gonna talk all night. I'm talking all night so I get it all out. And there's plenty more that they don't know. Yeah, I've been watching a long time, so they might. Because when they came with that car from Apple Homes in 2000, I said, oh, so you telling on yourself. You done been around that long. Mm-hmm. But they came with that same car. The day after I said it, I said about Apple Homes, and that man putting them homes in dead people names. They came the same next day. And I pulled up while I was walking to the store. So I'm like, do you need a ride? In that car that Ray was driving. Good night. Brian and Ray. Brian is a long time scout name. So, anyway. Let me check in my notebook. Oh, my God, did not have. So, they were putting them cars around. The jump truck they had, brand new. Brand new. I pulled up on Flint River Road and I seen that brand spanking new dump truck. All white. I'm talking about brand new. Now I said, no, they done went too far. They done forgot now. All these black people live out here with these dusty cars. Let's just look at the psychology in this. Look at the neighborhood. Okay? Look at all these dusty black people in this neighborhood. Now, who had the credit to go get this truck? They done went too far. They done been thinking too much and ain't thinking. Ain't nobody can afford this dump truck. Where it came from. They said, hush. I said, I ain't gonna say nothing. They seen me looking at it. They seen me write it down. I think I took a picture of it, or I put I took a screenshot or something. But they told me at 79 Flint River Road, and I believed them too. I didn't believe them, but I was a little scared because they said, you better be quiet. And then they had Joe turn off all the cameras in there, and that back door was not secure. And they was definitely gassing me. They put this whole mark, took a picture of it the next morning. I don't know what they had ironed me with. I think they was radiating me. I think they was trying to, get me breast cancer. Because I woke up and I was like, what is this mark I mean, tell them people done told me some crazy stuff. They told me they was gonna say that we brought you back to life. Them people they went out there far. I'm telling the straight FBI on y'all. That y'all just do all of this stuff to people and send them into straight. Y'all sending them people into straight mental health institution with all that sci-fi junk y'all be doing. And if they don't do it to white people. They told me they was gonna say that until I was in the house by myself. That little boy was in there. I don't think that was no little boy. I think that was a artificial intelligent robot, or either that was Joe's son. And I said, I'm gonna call defects on y'all. Cause came by and said, you ain't figured out who child it is yet. I ain't finna try to figure it out. I know it ain't mine, and if I think too hard that it is mine, I'm gonna call defects. And Joe didn't say one word. When I got back to that house, them people said, and if you do, you won't be getting up. I said, well, okay, guys. I'm not too traumatized that I can't understand that. Yeah, they threatened me real good that day. They was serious, cause they don't play by their turn. They don't care about this me on here talking about other stuff, but don't play by their turn. They not wrapped too tight anyway. They marbles are gone. There ain't but one. That junk is loose. That's why they say the FBI don't investigate they own, because they know them men ain't got them them is not marbles. Ain't but one. That brain is that junk is loose. How you hear a marble hitting back up against tin cans? That junk is loose. That is not wrapped too tight. They have checked out a long time ago. They need trauma care. I'm supposed to be teaching. I'm supposed to be laughing and talking about this. I'm supposed to be teaching tonight. But yeah, they told me you better not. I said okay, I ain't gonna say nothing. But they was making it look like that's your little boy in there, and the little boy said his sister died. I'm gonna tell the FBI. And he said his sister died in Florida. I'm gonna tell the FBI. And they put them people around here even turn to read read information, and you just supposed to sit up there, and they have intent on saying, oh, she just lost her mind and got old. She just looks really young, but she's 93. I'm 48. They tell them people I'm 75 years old. Good night. I'm 48. If they let me play with these agents like I used to, I'll show them how old I am. You can record that all day. I'll show you how old I am and show you my knees were wonderful. Lord, please forgive me. I'm not supposed to be saying any of that. I'm supposed to be teaching. I'm supposed to be teaching the freedom to be. So I'm going to change the subject because that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I got to stay focused because the devil roams like a roaring lion seeking whom he can destroy. And these demons is putting all these animals on these roads. I gotta tell the FBI, I gotta stay focused. I'm trying them people be just littering. You're littering animals? What are you doing? They ain't litter a piece of gum or candy wrapper. They brought a whole animal and dumped it out. Hello, sir? Did you litter an animal? How much is that fine? Sick of it. Let me write in my notebook for a minute. right, so what the CWA tonight is, the Lord told me tonight in the car, driving back home, I be writing so much. I need another notebook already. So I'm gonna use my financial journal, and I'm gonna talk about part two, going into, so part one in my life was, establishing your identity, restoration of the family dynamic. See, y'all didn't think I knew that. So part one was restoring the family dynamic. And then part two is establishing the identity. See, tonight, when I was driving home, the Lord told me, we don't just you establish your identity in Him, because in Him do we live, move, and have our being. But when we are born in the United States, we have established our identity as a United States citizen. So when we establish our identity as a U.S. citizen, that citizenship comes with a certain inheritance. It comes with your civil rights and your liberties. And then the Lord said it also should come with a clear path, resources that support the United States Constitution in your freedom to be. See, that the Lord gives us freedom to be when He called the children of Israel out. He called them out of bondage. Come out of there. It's over. And I'm going to establish your identity in me. You don't need a king. Just follow me. And then I'm going to give you, provide for you every day. So, in the United States, when we are born, we receive, unlike any other country, we receive an inheritance. We receive rights. We receive the freedom to be and to pursue happiness in whatever way we see fit. So, understanding what it means to establish your identity. When you're born, it's given to you. But what can we do to support the Constitution? What can we do to support the right to be who you are? Well, we can't leave it the way that it is, because people don't always do what they're supposed to do. It's systemic racism, it's cultural biases, it's different things going on. So what we do is we build a network of support. What we do is, in conjunction to part one, restoring the family dynamic, what we're doing is, in the overall effort to heal the land in all things sustainability, we know that we have to address social issues, social justice. So what we do in order to fix that, we have to go back to step one. We have to go back to, what do we do and what do we need to put in place to support the Constitution in an effort to establish your identity, to make sure that that U.S. Constitution, that right, applies to you. Well, number one, we create boundaries.
resources at every point of need. What that means is this is why we're establishing core at the beginning. See, once a child is born into the U.S., let's say that child is having issues. We don't want that child out here running around in the street with a loose marble. We want to know in advance so that we have the ability to get that child some help. Because with the advancement of artificial intelligence, we will be able to predict crime in a much a much better way than we are now. And if we're able to predict it and see where it's likely to present itself, then we use our resources to address it, to combat it head on. If you knew that someone was driving drunk, then you would put a barricade up and make sure that person didn't get through to anybody, and you would probably roll out the little things on the road so that person can stop before they hurt anyone, and you would close the road down. Well, if we see that a child is entering into grade school, the father's not in the house, the mother's not there, he's in foster care, we know that this child is likely to have some issues. So we go ahead and know about this up front and then put that child in services to put that barricade out, to prevent that child from disaster. So this is what part 2 looks like, setting up those access points on a state and federal level. What does the state do, and what does the federal government do? How do we address this? What resources do we have? And then how do we make money rolling out these procedures? Well, we charge for them. And then what we do is we put the resources there at every point. This will start in grade school, in grammar, in high school, in college, and in basic life. So that lady that was in the back, and she went there, the government would have had, the lady that rode with me today, the government would have had resources for her too. If she would have said, I feel like I need to do this, rather than pay $3,000 out of her own pocket, she would have had the opportunity to go somewhere else or to go and receive the help and services that she needs. So when it comes down to that, that's like where we are. That's what we need to do so that we can make sure that we don't have people out here homeless, people out here hungry, people out here committing crimes. It's somebody outside in Bowling Green right now homeless with nowhere to go. I don't know where they be going and what they be doing. But where's the man that be walking with the grocery cart? Where did he go tonight? I've seen him almost every day. Where did the man go that be at the wheelchair all the time at racetrack? Where did he go? And you can't just say, well, this place is open. Do people know how to get there? This is what we're doing. We're not just taking the freedom that God has given to all of us and just, being frivolous with it. We are taking that freedom to be, and we're using that freedom and that right to foster growth and development to create a safe planet for everybody. So when I was coming home, I was building that out. So the second part of this, we haven't gotten into the meat yet, but this is a good part of it because you have to establish yourself, establish what your rights are. That's what they did in the United States Constitution. They sat down and said, well, who are these people? We, the people. And they said, okay, that's right, that's right. So, what we're doing, it's a good point, Lord, thank you. We're rewriting the Constitution. We're making amendments to it. We're creating addendums and we're adding on because technology has changed everything. So we got to have laws to come in to support these changes. Our world is changing. In a few minutes, a lot of these jobs won't be here anymore. So as we change in our system, God is inventing new jobs and taking some jobs out because some jobs won't support the Constitution anymore. Prime example, at a hospital. The lady sitting there taking in all them people's information, that's a violation. Yep, that's her job and she's been doing it for years. But can I argue the point in a federal court that that lady violated my rights if I can prove at any point that she told the next person about something in my medical record? And I can do that. And since I can do that, then we already know that's a problem. So we have to fix it. When you come into an ER, we don't need that lady right there anymore taking people's information. Only if they're in a dire need and they don't have anyone. But that's different. Regular person coming in to be seen that can walk and talk, then you go into a computer. So, and you'll self-identify, and then you will tell it what you there to see for, and it will rate what you there to do and put you in an order. And in some cases, you'll even walk back and it'll tell you what room to go ahead and go in. And then it'll start communicating what your procedures is with the doctor. So, going into this, so this is very important, this phase. We're laying the foundation. And the foundation is, like I said, understanding who you are and then making sure that the rights that we have here, making sure that those rights are truly afforded to you and that you understand them. And that not only do you have the education, the tools, and the resources, but you have everything that you need, the keys to be who you want to be. And why is this important? Because this helps us to reduce crime. And it helps us to put resources in place, in the proper place, so that people have the resources that they need. According to psychological research, if people have the resources that they need, they most likely will not participate in crime. And if they don't participate in crime, we have streets. Now, some people might say, well, in that case, what do we do? Because they make money from people committing crime, because they make money from the jail. You'll be still making money from the jail. You'll be still making money when people choose to act up. You're just going to be making money in a different way. And the money that you'll be making makes sure, instead of you putting a boy in a jail cell for 13 years and then giving him no education, no resources, no nothing, in hopes of him coming back out doing it again, you ain't doing that. You put him in a different cell with resources and education and making However long you choose to be here is on you. Because the more you do, the more time is reduced from that. And the more you do, the more it's going to cost on the back end. So basically, you're selling resources. So instead of you going in prison, we're giving you everything you need. It's going to charge you, but we're going to build you. And when you get out, this is all the stuff you have. There's no sense in having did 15 years in prison and walk out and don't have nowhere to go, no support. People scared of you because you know did 25, 15 years in prison and ain't nobody seen you and don't know what you capable of and what your mind like and what kind of trauma you've been exposed to. That's crazy. We ain't doing that no more. That's inhumane. We do animals like that. So we're not going to do people like that. So we're going to start preparing them, graduating them. So on your last, if you had a 15-year sentence, on your last 3 years, you're going to move to a different part of the prison. But on your last year, you're going to be staying in the prison in like a camp in the back. Start preparing to cook. Start to seeing what it's like to be in the room by yourself. So you could start seeing what it's like to be on your own. You can start working on the outside. Why? So we can go ahead and start seeing how you're going to respond. How did you feel? So that when you get out there, were you overwhelmed? Did you have the resources you need? Did you have a counselor? Did you have somebody to be with you? What do you think you're going to need to help you out? All of this is steps that we need to put in place to help us have a safe community and a better world. This is part 2. We're laying the foundation, putting resources in place at every point where there is likely to be criminal activity. All right, so part 2 was very short too. Part 1 was short, and part 2 was short too. So I got to write in my notebook. I wonder where my phone at, Jesus. Because I had no emails, no nothing. Let me see what my timeline say I'm at. I've got a story to tell. They be keeping me, yep, that Subaru is something. Because they got me there and they ain't got me nowhere else. Oh, I got a story to tell. They got me at Waffle House today. They never have me at that racetrack getting gas. Never. Never. Because the phone be changed. It don't never say you got gas on racetrack. Let me see. It don't never say I got my gas from racetrack. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get ready to try to relax. I'm finna pray. That's what I'm finna do. Because there's too much going on. And that's crazy. I can't believe that people lying like that about these wrecks. But I'm finna go in here and put this on this board and link this out for the FBI to see. We're done creating our foundation. establishing our identity, creating boundaries, and we're putting resources at every point of need, and we're establishing state and federal guidelines. And this is where we will implement Grace's Law. All right. All right, the purpose of this is to ensure that all Americans are afforded the civil rights and liberties that are not in any way um, in jeopardy due to misconduct, personal bias, or any form of racism. That could be personal racism or systemic racism. So, the purpose of establishing the identity and putting boundaries, resources, and state and federal guidelines in place is so that we can, in short, rewrite the Constitution to draw over what has happened in this situation. We don't want it to happen again, and neither does God. He does not want this to happen again. So, what we do is we rewrite the Constitution, we change, we make provisions to it, we change medical, we change banking, we change education, we change employment, we change housing, and we change finance. We make changes to this because we see what has happened. So, I want to go get on the board. I should. I said I was. So if I was to draw this out, if we had a person, if we call the person Stewart, and we look at the areas that I just named, then we have to go in to say, how did Stewart, how is Stewart or could Stewart be affected in any of these areas? How could he be, how could his civil liberties be taken away in banking? What can happen to him in employment? What can happen in the medical field? What could happen in finance? So if we have an answer to these questions, then what we could do is we can create boundaries around the identity of Stewart. We can put resources at every point of need. We can't just say, call 800-255 slave if you feel that you have been, you can't say that because a person is at that point. We do not need a person there. We need a system that interacts with another part of the system to make sure that this is followed. And the way we do that in banking is we remove the way we screen for approvals. Well, in order to do that, we have to go back through and create a qualifying system. We have to remove the adverse action letter. That letter doesn't tell us diddly squat. And white people don't care because they don't get it. But if they was to get that, I would be really anxious to hear what a white person would say if they got an adverse action letter. They would go nuts. What the hell is this? It's not even telling me anything. It doesn't tell you nothing. And they say, oh, I'm sorry. You're waiting. Oh, I'm sorry. And you get the letter. It don't tell you nothing. It don't tell you when you can apply again. It don't say, take these courses and you will be approved for this. It don't tell you nothing. Then you apply again and you still can't get it. So tell me how I could be down with American Express card. I want to know. How can I get one? Okay. So this is why we're doing that. We're offering education, not just for school. We're giving them education that they need. So if you're in this criteria, this tax zone, and the Internal Revenue Service knows what zone you're in, because they know what cuts you're getting. So at the end of the year, we know that this group of people is in this tax bracket. So we need to make sure that when it's at the point that you're getting this, see, they're getting ready to get these fat checks in November. In January. These black girls is already ready. They're already ready. They itching. They already. I'm putting all this furniture out. These dope boys getting ready. They're getting ready to buy half. And why are they getting ready to do all of this stuff? And all of these Republicans are sitting there looking at this. They finna take your money from those EIC tax returns. They finna give it to their boyfriends. He's finna go buy more dope with it. They finna go buy big rims, big cars. They finna go buy Jordans. They finna go buy lots of packs of Kool-Aid, fried wings, and they finna go buy furniture from Aaron's. And them white people is sitting there looking at them and saying, monkeys. Yep. And they're making them because they know that she is living in Section 8 housing. And we know that we just gave her $7,000. So we know at that point you know you committing fraud because you ain't told me that you got it. And I know you do because I'm the government and I gave it to you. And they make them responsible. They won't make her pay, oh, well, you going to pay this rent out of this. You finna give me some of that back. Oh, I'm pissed. Yeah. Because they making you what? Be responsible. What are you giving her money for? And you done gave her money all year. And don't put nothing at the end of the application that say, when you get your tax money back, just like when you go file bankruptcy, they say, and if you get any amount of money over this, you have to give it all to us. And you sign, I understand. That's bankruptcy. Why is it not the same way in a system that is breaking itself? They let those girls do that. They breeding the ghetto. You're making her do that. And they thinking they happy. And then they gonna go home and you done made them all fat and lazy. And that's what they finna do. They finna lay there and lay up and they finna make another baby on the government. And the white people is sitting there still saying, monkeys. Yep. And you're creating it. And they're going to have another child. And you're going to give them more food stamps. And that man still ain't got no job. And you pumping more money in there and she's giving it directly to him. And then he's going out into the street. And then they just got a vicious cycle going on. And nobody don't know how to break it. The Lord knows how to break it. We're establishing the identity and we're laying the foundation. We're cutting out foolishness. If you cut that out, you'll have more money to give to homelessness, to jobs. And you say, I can't find a job. You got a job. Just like you can go to certain jobs out here and say, people get them jobs if they've been here. That's what the government got. That's what we're doing. We're establishing the identity and we're putting resources at every point of need. So some jobs the government just going to keep on deck because they're going to be jobs that go along with what you're doing, like signing up for people for CORE in your area. If you want it, then you one of them. That's your job. When to have food stamps and to have a place to stay and you ain't got no job, this your job. So I don't have to give you that anymore. I created a job for you. This, and it's not for other people, it's for y'all. So that you could get off the system. So that you are not making your child a statistic. Because the mama don't want to work, so her son doesn't want to work. And her daughter doesn't want to work. They would rather lay there and twerk and eat fried wings and drink Kool-Aid. And nobody working. And ain't nobody saying nothing. Because the government is sitting there waiting on all of them to go to jail. And that's not the way. The way is education. And to put it in the community at the point of access. So it starts. We're not waiting until you mess up. We're giving you the education in advance. So when you come into school and you fill out that registration form, we need more in-depth information about your family dynamic. And we need to know that because we need to know how to guide you to make sure that we are keeping you protected and that we're establishing guidelines for you to follow that are constitutional so that we make sure that you have the freedom to be who you are and who God says you are. So, you getting these resources because we're giving them to you anyway. So, we might as well give you the resources and put education with it so that we're not just wasting money. They're wasting billions of dollars a year in these hood homes, and ain't nobody getting better. And you go and say, "How long you been living in housing?" "Oh, I raised my grandchildren here." Hello, ma'am. And y'all ain't never got no job? No, my caseworker, they done became friends. So the caseworkers is helping them commit fraud. Why? Because Miss Walker done been on housing for 30 years. And so her and her caseworker are what, friends? And she's letting her slide. Why? Because they friends. They done had the cases too long. So they're just letting them just pile up and pile up and pile up and pile up and pile up. And ain't nobody paying no rent. So you never got no job? Nope. They ain't making them get one. And they know you laying up. And they know you finna get a fat check in January. And ain't got no system in place to say, and you're gonna have to return some of that money. Why? Because we paid your rent all year. So we're gonna need some of that money back. Or you could pay for your next couple of months of rent and give us a break. So that we got what? Money to open the housing list back up to help somebody else. We can't just keep helping you. And then other people is really in a situation and can't get none. Why? Because they helping people like, no, don't get it twisted. That's my son. But they helping people like them. So people that's out there walking, the man out there walking, talking to himself to a buggy, he ain't got no help. And he's straight talking to himself to a buggy. And they don't think that's a cry for help. That's a cry for help because he's talking to people that ain't even there. So why are we waiting on him to flip on somebody? We're not going to wait because you're talking to people that ain't there, which means you're going to really flip when you see somebody. So we need to go ahead and get you some help and get you in a place to live and not be inhumane and just got you walking out here wet and cold. And we be like, well, he must be on drugs. Then he's in trauma. That still means he needs help. So that's where we are. I done been talking my tail off. I had to wash this coat. All right, let me write in my notebook. Let me see what I'm gonna do. I can't be talking in my head too long. I really gotta pray. It's a lot going on right now. Now I gotta pray before the Lord. All right, I spent $37 on gas today. Was it? Yeah, it's a 37 on racetrack, and now it even got me there. Oh, I got a story to tell, and I got I spent $10 on food. And that was it. And I got a $40 tip. Alright. Alright, so let's see. I spent money at Dollar General. Dollar Tree. How much I spent? I bought 2 things of water. I bought noodles. And I bought, oh dang, I spent money at Lowe's too. And Dollar Tree, I spent 2 things of water, a thing of noodles, and M&Ms. And was that it? One, two. I spent about $7 there. And I was exactly right. Let's see. Oh, my God did not fail. Oh, I got a story to tell. Alright, let's see. Oh, I did. I'm so sorry. What I cut from? Alright, I didn't put in. Okay, so 150, 62. I see 60, 35 yesterday. Mm, okay, so alright. Let's see. I added $7.
Yeah, going to it's November 7th. I added 6.